Korea. Judge number 2, Christina, Germany. Judge number 3, Sarah, Finland. Judge number 4, Valérie Grunier, France. Judge number 5, Anna Kantor, Israel. Judge number 6, Japanese United States of America. Judge number 7, Andrea Courchevel, Slovakia. Judge number 8, Nadezhda Parenskaya, Gdansk. Judge number 9, Ismail Rayo Lakshmi, Malaysia. The technical panel, technical controller, Henry Ottoman. Technical specialist, Natalia Correvareda. Technical specialist, Irina Lorenz.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Egna, Neumark, Italy, the final event in the 2022 Junior Grand Prix Series. I'm your host, Ted Bard, and my colleague, Mark Hanreddy, will be joining us from his home in Nottingham. We just finished the rhythm dance and now move on to the men's short program. There are 31 entries from 24 countries. There are 5 men within the possibility of qualifying for the Junior Grand Prix final. So lots can and probably will happen over the next few days. The men at this event have their destiny in their own hand, but there are those at home watching, having to wait and see what happens. So it all comes down to the next few days, and the men's short program starts right now. As we watch some beautiful pictures as we fly over the Worth Arena here in Egna, Neumark. What a beautiful part of the world we are in for the final Junior Grand Prix event. I'm your host, Ted Barton. Mark Hanreddy joins me 1,600 kilometers away in Nottingham. Mark.
It does just look incredible. I'm wondering, Ted, if you'll be jumping off that diving board into the pool next to the arena before tomorrow's events.
No. It's not that warm out there. That's for sure. As we take a look inside the arena here in Egna, one of my favorite locations to visit on the Junior Grand Prix, not only surrounded by beautiful little villages and wineries and orchards and wonderful food as we take a look at the judging panel for this event, but also this arena has something very special as we look at the technical panel as well. Well, we had an interesting rhythm dance starting out the event. As Mark pointed out, it was the first time in this Junior Grand Prix season that the dance started the event, and it was nice to get it underway with some really outstanding performances, Mark.
Yeah, great to see a junior world record score being broken in the ice dance rhythm dance, and now we look ahead to see the junior men's short program, and they're the starting order. And fascinating, Ted, to see 3 former winners or winners of a previous Junior Grand Prix this series will compete in their second assignment, vying to get a spot in Turin for the Grand Prix final in December.
Yeah, as we take a look at the standings here in the men's event, there are 5 athletes They're all not going to make it, but there are 5 athletes within striking distance of that top 3. And, of course, as you mentioned, 3 of them had already won an event. So usually when you win an event, I don't want to say you expect to win the next event, but you're hoping to win the next event, and 2 most certainly will not. So going to be interested indeed as we take a look at our first skater, Nicholas van de Wever from the Republic of South Africa. I had a chance to speak with him a little earlier in the week, and I did a great interview with him last season in Ljubljana. What a gentleman this young man is. And he was a little disappointed with his first skate, but he says, I love the sport and working hard. I feel pretty confident coming into this. And then he said, pretty confident, not fully confident yet. So, he's just gaining confidence and experience. And it's interesting in a country like South Africa, how do you get started? And, what sort of motivated you to go to the rink, and how did you get involved in that? And his story is very interesting indeed.
I obviously am not on site, Ted, and therefore unable to do my quizzing and pestering. And so I did find I chatted to Nicholas van de Wever's choreographer, Luca Damati, online, and he was just explaining that after that first Junior Grand Prix assignment in Riga, that Nicholas has been training in Bergamo in the Centre of Excellence there, and that being the case that we saw from some of the ice dancers as well, that they've been competing in 2 different Grand Prix assignments so close and back to back that they haven't been able to return to their home or their local training rink, and therefore sourcing ice time elsewhere to keep in shape for this next competition.
But also that's really great for gaining experience and skating with other skaters and getting input from coaches. So I think for Nicholas, this is probably a good experience for him. Of course, the Centre of Excellence in Bergamo, so probably not a bad thing to happen,
And again, a huge, we keep referencing it, but as you say, Ted, I can't help but reference the same pertinent and important points that life experience gained for these athletes is huge. And, if I think of the normal 17-year-old as Nicholas is, how often would it be that you would A, represent your nation as a teenager, and then B, do it traveling across the globe in quick succession? It's just an amazing opportunity and surreal, I suppose, to many.
Oh yeah, just a thrilling experience. And then when you get here, now you're focused on what you're wanting, what you're here for, of course, right? So, just a wonderful life experiences for these young people. And then when they get here, the visual of what they're up against is another learning experience, and which fuels you to go back home and work even harder. But they're not all of the same level playing field. Some don't have the same amount of ice time, and most do not have the same amount of ice time or off-ice facilities or perhaps even coaching expertise. So juniors, that's what we've talked about often in this series, is that we have such a wide range of skills because there is a wide range of opportunity. And but that's what makes the Junior Grand Prix special.
And I suppose we have to keep reminding ourselves of that, because in this last Junior Grand Prix of the series, there is a feeling of wanting to reference constantly the final few places at the Junior Grand Prix final. So getting excited about what will happen at the top echelon of the competition, but not losing sight of the fact that we do have so many competitors from diverse backgrounds.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And as we've mentioned a number of times throughout these weeks, the growth of the sport around the world in countries that really, 10 years ago, you could say, no, there's never going to be a skater from Kuwait or Egypt. Come on, right? But we're starting to see that, and that is very exciting indeed. It'll take generations for it to be embedded and ingrained into the society. It'll take that time as we look at Luca Damati working with Nicholas from South Africa right here at the competition. But it's just great to see more countries represented than we've ever seen before on the Junior Grand Prix, and it just continues to grow.
It'll be exciting for me now to see, Ted, how that those skating nations that are represented here with skaters that are earlier in their development, it'll be interesting to see how then that will pave the way for the future generations and see whether or not their experiences at this level of competition facilitate better education when they return to their respective ranks for the next generation.
Yeah, and what the ISU has done a very good job of producing work on the e-learning website that provides tools for judges and for coaches and for skaters to learn more about the elements and about the rules and about all the details that are needed. So there's a great library of resources on e-learning at the ISU, and that helps the developing countries, of course. During the pandemic, there was a lot of volunteer work done on creating tools for countries to be able to keep skaters interested even when the ice rinks were not open. And a lot of work was done at home. And really hundreds of volunteers coordinated online classes and online competitions related to skating. And it was quite extraordinary indeed. And we've seen sort of that pay off and more countries being involved. As we take a look at the start order for Group 1, just a few moments left in this warm-up. We'll have to take a look at the list of questions, Mark, if we have any more coming in.
Yes, we do indeed. We have lots more questions coming in, and I think, though, we have managed to warble our way through that 6-minute warm-up and evade the time for any of them to be asked.
Exactly. Well done. Well done. Okay, here we go. Thumbs up for the Republic of South Africa. Wonderful.
As we've mentioned already, the first skater in the men's short program here in Egna, Nicholas van der Vive.
Such a nice young man. 37.29 in the short program. Looking to top that score right now. Skating to Radioactive by Pentatonics.
Nicholas van der Vive from the Republic of South Africa.
Well, I know that Nicholas will be a little disappointed. I saw him do a nice triple toe in the warm-up, and then he popped it. He was a little bit on an angle in the takeoff, the triple toe loop, popped it to a double, but the rest of the program pretty good. Got the triple loop. That'll be downgraded, but the mechanics were good, and the double axel quite fine, of course. If he got off the wrong place, I'm not sure. As we take a look at the start of Nicholas's program, he's got some great moves. Here's a look. He just popped it open right there because he could feel himself on a big lean. So he doubled it to keep it clean. And here's a triple loop. Watch the landing. Yeah, this is forward, but the mechanics are good. Just need to spin a little faster off that takeoff as he goes into the spin. And his choreographer and one of his coaches since that last event, Luca, explaining that they've worked on a lot of the posture work, a lot of the extension in his lines, and that was really evident, I think, to me, based on the first performance in Riga, just less tangible, that progress and that improvement, than the likes of the triple jumps, which he didn't have the success with. Double axel was okay, though. Yeah, good power on that takeoff all the way around, a little bit too far on a lean on the landing, but you can see this young man has the power and the strength to do all the elements. It's just getting the comps. I always see him just sort of a little worried of sort of chasing that performance control that you want so badly. It's elusive and you don't know how to get it, but little loss of balance there at the end, but then he saves it.
And Lisa explaining that his coach, Lisa Stigant, works with him so well back home. As we said before, so many involved in helping these young humans achieve their personal best.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the short program score. 37.29 is his season's best. It's 37.09 for Nicholas. It's a little shy of the season's best. He's still chasing what he can do. This young man can do a lot. And just under pressure, hasn't found his comfort zone yet. But one day he will.
The next skater represents the home nation of Italy. We've seen two men medal on the Junior Grand Prix Series this year. This is Italy's Matteo Nalbone.
Second Junior Grand Prix season. 61.18. Good score, earning that last week in Baltic Cup. And he'll skate the short program here to Hideaway by Dan Owen.
17-year-old from Italy, Matteo Narbonne, completes his short program here in Egna.
Well, he goes for the triple axel off the top of the program. And they have that in as a fall, the triple loop, triple lutz, triple toe. That was not as successful. You can see it's good jump technique basically, but a little bit off the game here tonight. As we take a look at the opening moves in the program. Here's the triple axel. All the way around, but has to put his hands down. Most of the weight goes onto the hands. It's considered a fall in that case. As we see the triple loop. No problem there. A little bit loose in the air, of course, which is fine if you jump high enough. And here's the triple lutz. Problem in the landing. Oh, it just barely hangs on. Has to do double three turn up into the double toe loop.
And that open air position on both the loop and the lutz indicate that perhaps this is an athlete working on quadruple jumps. We've seen his compatriot Daniel Grassel showcasing lots of quads, and there are so many strong Italian men's skaters, both as seniors and as juniors as well. It's impressive to see so many young, talented Italian skaters coming through.
Yeah, it's great for these young men to have people to look up to, and Daniel Grassel and Matteo Rizzo, they came through the junior ranks right here in Egna in many cases as well. I remember Daniel's wonderful performance a number of years ago right here in Egna on a junior Grand Prix.
And it looks like Matteo has the talent and the potential. Maybe another athlete that's stretched and grown recently, finding it a little bit more challenging to find his core in the jumps.
Yeah, 53.36. Of course, that's first, just second skater out, so quite a bit short of a 61.18 personal best. As he takes over the lead and had he not had those mistakes, it would have been a significantly higher score, of course.
And the next skater from Sweden lists himself as his own choreographer. We enjoyed seeing him in Courchevel. This is Jonathan Egyptson.
The second event this fall, 13th in Courchevel, 55.09, his personal best last season in Courchevel, as he will skate to Broken by Patrick Watson.
Well, such beautifully expressive and emotive skating from Sweden's Jonathan Egyptson. And I remember when he competed in Courchevel, Teddy had 3 falls in the short program. A bit of a nightmare performance there, and I was hoping he would have some semblance of redemption. But it's interesting, he explained to us in France that he doesn't have access to training time as abundantly as others do. And his coach, Tamara Kuchiki, she's a coach from the States who's been exposed to or used to athletes getting to train multiple hours per day. And so she said the big challenge is getting an athlete to be this level of quality on such vastly reduced time. You can see how good he could be, just hard to deliver when you've got less training time.
Yeah, you can see a certain passion to the music and the connection, but he's a little anxious on the elements and rushes the timing a little bit. He was going to attempt a triple axel, but it looked like he just intended to do a double, but over-rotated it a little bit. And then as we come down here, the Salchow, really anxious and rushes this takeoff. He yanks that left leg, doubles it, goes up into the triple toe loop. Good thinking, got that done. Here's there's the triple loop on a big lean, and just could not have enough weight on top of the foot to stay up. And here's some nice moves in the step sequence in a level 3, in fact.
Good use of the body movement within the step sequence, and I think he has a musical sensitivity more than many that we might see in the competition. And you know, when he's listed as his own choreographer, and you can see that feeling towards it.
Yeah, and when you have your own feeling, then you're also trying to learn the jumps, but your passion's really with performance. But you got to do those stupid jumps, right? You know, it gets in the way.
They get in the way.
It gets in the way of the enjoyment of where your priority is. And if you don't have enough time to train, which this young man obviously doesn't have, the repetition isn't there. The repetition isn't there. Automatic pilot in competition is also on the blink. So just needs more time and more training for sure. Short program score 45.74 for Jonathan from Sweden, and that'll put him currently into second place.
One of the first skaters in the men's short program who we saw in Gdansk in Poland. He competed at the Solidarity Cup. This is Switzerland's Naoki Rossi.
Yeah, 9th at Junior Worlds last year. 70.70 personal best last season, skating to El Flamenco and the red violin.
Well, an immeasurably better skate for Swiss skater Naoki Rossi from his performance at the Solidarity Cup in Gdansk just over a fortnight ago.
You could see, you could see the energy of this young man just flow out of him after those jumps were done, and the emotion at the end of the program where he put his face in his hands and then got a little excited on the bow. Right? So, what a brilliant performance, full of energy. Wonderful moment for this young man. Again, just searching for those difficult, clean performances, ever so elusive, and he found it here tonight.
Yes, and knowing that he was top 10 at the Junior World Championships in April of this year, I have to assume coming into the Solidarity Cup, he was hoping to vie for a podium place, so disappointed there, but complete redemption here.
Beautiful triple axel there, just nicely done. And here's a look at the triple loop as well. Little bit on a lean, but he manages to keep the back nice and strong. And here's the triple Lutz, triple toe loop. Loses a little bit speed on the second one here, but good triple Lutz. And kind of on a standstill on the landing, but that's okay. It's on the quarter.
He just did the double Lutz and triple toe. He fell on at the Solidarity Cup, but this was, I think, this was amazing. Well done, Ted, on catching that.
Yeah, well, I thought you'd be proud. But, you know, that sliding move into the spin was just outstanding, and great flexibility. And watch here at the end if we catch that right. Let's keep it rolling. There it is. Just that emotion.
And interesting to see what clean skate on the three jumping passes in a short program will do for the presentation. He had so much more conviction there with the performance because of the success.
It was amazing. You could just see all of a sudden the guy could run like 10 miles. He just was fueled with, with great pleasure. And he's looking for a score. His 70.71 is his personal best. 66.50 the season's best. Well, he'll beat that right now, as he will deliver a 71.71 season's best for Naoki Rossi of Switzerland as he takes over the lead. Maybe he was hoping for more, I'm not sure, but it was pretty darn good.
On the ice, representing Slovenia,
next skater, 16-year-old David Sede from Slovenia.
Well, 12th in Ostrava week 2, 32nd of the Junior Worlds last season, 49.89 personal best. The Lombardy Trophy. Skating to lies by 2 feet.
Some good multi-directional rotation in the transition to close the short program for David Sade from Slovenia.
Yeah, just unfortunate on the loop. There's a fall there. I think he had planned for a triple axel in element number 2, chose to do a double axel, of course. Gets the first jump combination done. A little rough around the edges, so some work on quality and detail, but that'll come in time. He's a nice, strong skater, no question, as we see the beginning of the program. I'm just taking the time to establish as we take a look at the triple left, triple toe loop. That was nice. Reloads, pushes up, gets it done. Yeah, clean in the judging system. Nice work there. It's the double axel. A little rough landing, but that's okay. Has some change of edge into a spread eagle. Here's the triple loop. Let's see what happened here. On a lean, and the weight was just not on top of the landing foot, and he has to go down.
And a shame because he had a mistake on the loop at Czech skate in Ostrava. He'll have been desperately eager to secure that triple loop at the end of his jumping passes here. And this is a skater who's competing on the senior circuit also. He did the Lombardia Trophy, which is one of the Challenger Series events earlier this year. And this I loved. The back inside loop, twizzle clockwise, good choreography, good content from Luca D'Amati, the choreographer as well. He joins coach Katerina Burja in the kiss and cry for David.
Some great work being done by these young coaches around the world. We've seen the generational change of coaches really in many ways, in many areas. Let's take a look at the short program. Score is 49.26 for David, and that will put him currently into third place.
Accepting of that score.
And next, the group number 2 about to take to the ice for their warm-up. I'll ask you to get out the questions. Mark, as we take a look at the start order for group number 2.
Yes, 5 more skaters getting ready while we check in online with the questions being sent in. And thank you to those of you that have sent them in using the hashtag JGPFigure and contacting us through the International Skating Union social media channels.
Yeah, we'd also be interested, Mark, on other people's thoughts of what their favorite performance was on the Junior Grand Prix. Of course, this is the last 3 days of competition, so we're interested in those who have followed the Junior Grand Prix through the season. What were your favorite performances and moments in this year's Junior Grand Prix? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, good point, Ted. Let's throw it right back at
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see what you guys
there
are going to say. So on Twitter, we've had a question coming in from Emmeline Bloodwed Lomas, who asks, who are you most looking forward to seeing perform, regardless of scores? Which is an interesting question.
That is a really good question because it doesn't have to do with the jumps or the spins or whatever, just the overall performance, I suppose. Well, obviously, I have to say the Czech team because in the dance, because I hadn't seen them. So I saw the rhythm dance. I haven't seen the free dance yet, so looking forward to that. How about you, Mark?
Well, I think some of the standouts for me, if we talk about the skaters that, you know, there have been some incredible performances and you know, world record breaking stuff. But the things that I remember would be performances that were choreographically really impressive. And I remember Danish skater Babette Hansen Ostergaard,
yes,
particularly in her first in Courchevel. And then, I'm embarrassed to admit it, Ted, but I cannot remember. There was another Danish skater, I believe, in the women's competition whose short program was quite sublime. And I remember raving about her, but sadly I can't remember her name.
Yeah.
So perhaps somebody online can remind me.
We both,
but it stands out choreographically.
We both thought that exactly, both Danish skaters. So, yeah, and there was a bit of a surprise in a way. And so, like, whoa, something unique and different and special, really, in many ways. So, I don't know, sometimes there are surprises. It's not a matter of their placement. It's a matter of their, you know, their energy and the concept of the program and the innovation that you see. Even if the jumps aren't there necessarily, the because the program is, you know, what, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 40 seconds long, however long it is, the jumps are only a matter of 10 seconds. So what happens in the rest of that time? And that's where you usually see something special. So,
and I think for me to have been so perhaps surprised would be the honest description of my thoughts on some of the skaters that are from less represented skating nations. So knowing Kevin Hegarty and Laura Hegarty, the Irish dance team,
yes,
knowing that they got to skate for 5 hours between their 2 Junior Grand Prix assignments just is bamboozling and yet amazing. And so then I'll remember that and their strength of character to go out and perform on such vastly, I mean, it's the percentage of their training time is just fractional compared to the other people they're up against, but I'll remember their bravery.
Yeah, absolutely true. Really good point, because it's not always the best performances necessarily. It's the most courageous ones. And sometimes that comes, most times that comes from young skaters who come here with far less resources than others. And that's what makes the Junior Grand Prix special, because you have some great skating, no doubt, but you also have some great stories and some great young people. Watching a nice triple axel there.
In mind, yeah, nice axel. With that in mind, I have to acknowledge the Canadian pair skater who performed again on the Junior Grand Prix circuit after the sad passing of his father at his first event. And I think that was truly an unbelievable demonstration of bravery as well.
Yes, Tristan Taylor from Saskatchewan was in, I think it was Riga, I'm not sure. And unfortunately, his father passed away suddenly while he was away in Europe, and then came back and skated, I believe last week in Gdansk. It was last week in Gdansk, and very emotional performance and their best performance of the season. And that was, you know, those types of stories make this is just skating. I mean, it's beautiful, but it's just skating. But it's also a big part of their lives, of course. And so we're able to share on the Junior Grand Prix a lot more of the stories of these young people than you get time really in the seniors in many ways.
And particularly given that I am not on site and I've been trying to glean a little bit more of the backstories of these athletes, whenever you check their social media pages, so often skating really features as the biggest part of their life. And so then no matter the result, as you know, the question from Emmeline comes in, regardless of result, well, regardless of the result and the rankings, this sport is a huge part of the lives of all of the people that take to the ice, and so we're lucky to be able to celebrate something that's so special to them.
That's true. You remember, or you're still skating, but you know, I remember as a skater, it's such a massive part of your life and your passion, and you think it's going to be like that forever. It's not, but you embrace it while you can and enjoy it, and you know, to be this good. No matter what the result or the points that you get, just to be this good, no one can just walk off the street and figure skate. Like, you can do a lot of sports just walking off the street and participate, but you cannot do figure skating just walking off the street. Let me strap these blades onto my feet and see what I'm going to try an axle. Like, no.
Here's a triple axle.
yeah, exactly. So it takes a lot of time and a lot of the lives of these young people.
And I'm sure, Ted, I mean, if they're anything like me, and I'm sure most of them as committed to the sport as they are, their thoughts, you know, their last thoughts before they go to sleep will probably be consumed with considering how will I be able to perform a personal best at Egna. You know, it will be a huge, huge part of their brain space.
And we've got to encourage the fans to tune in to Dancing on Ice in Great Britain and watch you skate. And listening to you all for the Junior Grand Prix, and let's see you perform Dancing on Ice. You got to get me a link.
Not of this caliber.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Yeah.
So the first skater to start this third group in the men's competition, Jie Zhang Fang.
A second event this season, 17th in Ostrava, 37.47 personal best, skating Jailhouse Rock by Elvis Presley.
And a great difficult exit with the one-handed cartwheel to the final change sit spin for Zhe Zheng Fang.
Well, this young man was committed to the theme of this. No question. A lot of shimmying going on and shaking as well as skating, of course. Love to see when a skater embraces the music they have and commits to it 100%. Really nicely done.
It's not an easy choice to choose music from the great Elvis Presley, but the opening movements here suggest that perfect choice for this young 17-year-old.
And here's a look at the jump combination. Triple toe loop, nicely done. A little bit forward, gets the double toe loop done. And then this triple loop here. And attempt, anyways, had to bail out of that. Was on a big lean in the air and just decided, no, I want to stand up. I don't want to be going down. Yeah. So we take a look at some of the moves in the step sequence. And then I thought I'd show that flying camel because you can see as he lands, he had good speed, but then went into a big circle, slows it down a little bit. Here's a look at the double axel right near at the end of the program and hangs on to that landing. He steps over on the change sit spin, level 4 at the end of the program.
And this is a skater who will be, I'm sure, a great one-handed cartwheel to finish as a difficult exit. A skater who will be eager to try to post a score that will allow qualification for Junior World Championships, and that's dependent upon 25 points for the technical element score here in a short program. Now, he'll fall short of that today, but I'm sure as the season progresses, that will be a focus in training and in competition.
That one-hand cartwheel at the end, or the exit of a spin, that's not easy. You saw his glove. I think he had gloves on during the performance, slipped a little bit out, but he was able to carry that on. But, you know, not easy, particularly at the end of the program, to do a cartwheel. I mean, it's foreign, really, for a skater to do that because we really haven't had a lot of acrobatics in our sport in that sense. Right?
And great to see the skaters choosing with the difficult feature now of a difficult exit. Great to see skaters playing with different options to try and secure that higher level.
Let's take a look at the short program scores. 41.13, that's the season's best for Zheng Fang. And that'll put him currently into 5th place. He looks pretty happy with that score. And a lesson in stay longer in the kiss and cry. Especially here, they be hanging onto that, into that shot a little longer.
The next skater from Sweden has just secured a bronze medal at the Challenger Series in Finlandia. So coming off that success here, Andreas Nordback from Sweden.
Well, 76.20, earning that at the World Junior Championships last season. 3rd in Ostrava, week number 2. So he's kind of in contention here. Needs a good skate as he will perform to Hurt by Johnny Cash.
Well, the quality of skating skills evident in the incredible speed and ice coverage from Andreas Nordbach. And as we said, he was a medalist in his first Junior Grand Prix assignment. He's been a medalist on a Senior International as well. But unfortunately, some mistakes today make it difficult to stay in contention after that short program.
He's a really strong, powerful skater. And also in the step sequence, you saw a lot of choreographic reaching out, if you will, covering the space around him. So that shows a lot of confidence in the skating skills connected with the music as well. Kind of cool. It's a cool program. It's a different type of program. I haven't seen one to Johnny Cash for, I don't know, last time I've seen that. So I thought he did a great job with it, but of course he had some technical mistakes that could be costly in the point category here as we take a look at the focus right off the top of the program. There's the triple axel on a big lean and over rotated, so he had to step out of that. He didn't fall on it. That's good. And this is a double lutz pop. Just let the upper body go too early on the takeoff, but rebounds with a triple toe loop back into that double lutz. Watch this. Great kick over with that free leg, getting himself some speed on that flying camel, which isn't easy to do. And then this triple loop here. Gets that done nicely. Oh, I was a little short on that one. Sorry about that. And I thought these steps here are pretty cool. You can see him really reaching out, covering a lot of ice.
And the music that you mentioned, Ted, throughout the music I kept hearing that lyric, "What have I become, my Swedish friend?" And you just wonder, the thought process that goes behind Andreas' choice of music this year. I wonder if it's passionately patriotic and choosing something with a Swedish reference, and you just don't know what goes on in the team's minds to choose these pieces. But for me, I think this was a great vehicle for Andreas, just not the delivery that he wanted to do.
I agree with you. I think it's a great vehicle for him. It's different. No one else is going to have it. And you're right. I mean, I've always thought that if those skaters who want to tell the story before it, to be able to publish it. What are you skating to? What does it mean to you? What's the story behind it? I'd love to see that in our sport. I don't know why we don't do it. Let's start a campaign. But anyways, here we go.
Yes, let's do it.
No, I'm going to get in trouble. 62.62 for Andreas Nordbach of Sweden. That's second in the short program here today. Of course, looking for a lot more, capable of a lot more. And he'll come back in the free program, most certain.
On the ice representing Republic of Korea, Czech Prix.
14-year-old who is third in Korea's Junior Grand Prix selection competition in July, Jae-kyun Lee.
First event this season, second Junior Grand Prix season, 68.70 personal best last year in Slovak Republic. Skating the short program here to Otono by Raul de Blasio.
It's a piece of music that will always remind me of Maria Butrskaya, a Russian World Women's Champion, but seemed a great choice for young Jae-kyun Lee from Korea.
And also
another skater from Korea, so strong, Ted. Another such strong Korean skater.
I also believe Yuzuro skated to that as well. Just
of course.
Just a passionate performance. What a beautiful basic skating skills this young man has, and a good jumping technique as well, and a passion. Too bad he sort of let the end of the performance go a little bit. Here's the triple Lutz, triple toe loop, no problem there. And it was just beautiful all the way through this program. Double axe right off the end of the edge. Great flow and speed with the change of edge. And then the traveling 3 turns right up into the triple loop, which was right on top. And you can just see the elegance through his leg extensions, his arms, his posture. And here's some of the step sequence as well. Step sequence in at just level 2, but was a little disappointed at the end where he stopped at the program, then just sort of marched into, didn't hold it after such a wonderful quality of movement.
That may be, I was just going to say 14 years old, that may be something that is...
Just let that go here. You can see he's just stopped it right away and looked down. And I think as you get a little older, you want to say, hold that. It's a performance. Just hold it a little bit longer. Okay, having said that, this young man's brilliant. Beautiful.
And only 5 spots available for Korean men on the Junior Grand Prix Series. That's dependent upon the results from the previous year's Junior World Championships. But yet, already on this series, we see Korean men in 5th and 6th on the rankings at this stage. So, indication that there's lots of talent. And this young man, just another one coming from a very strong skating nation. I really appreciated the layback spin as part of the combination as well. Not something that we see many of the men do, and it was done very well by Jae-kyun.
Well, 69.47 for Jae-kyun Lee, Korea. That puts this young man into 2nd place. You just see the quality of his skating.
Next skater, Hugo Willi Hermann, 14-year-old from Germany.
Now we'll skate the short program to Reel Around the Sun by Bill Whaley.
Well, Ted, I'm sure you know what I will reference in that program from Hugo Willi Hermann from Germany, that amazing sliding split move. And his choreographer, Yoti Politswakis, explained that he's a very ambitious young skater, and that in itself impressive too.
Which really means you're hoping that I caught that on the replays, aren't you?
And did you?
I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I was pushing a lot of buttons. So I hope we got it. So we'll take a look at that. Yeah, I love this music. Always have. It hasn't been used a lot lately. It was early on as that first came out, but it's really exciting piece of music as we watch the triple Lutz. Too far forward. Has to go down, unfortunately. And here's the triple loop. That was spot on. No problem there with a nice little move as it comes out. And here it is. Let's slow it right down here as he goes right into there's traveling, rotating, split into a whatever. Sliding move. Awesome. That was great.
And his choreographer Yoti was explaining that Hugo learned all his triples just within the last season, and it just gives us more insight into the developmental stage of this skater. And I think that the jump quality, the jump technique is really, really strong. But if he's only amassed those triple jumps within the last maybe year, 18 months, then the repetition won't have developed enough consistency to bank upon, and that's maybe why the loops didn't work, as we see.
Absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. That you can see the technique is there, the strength is there, the desire is there. The mileage is not there yet, but it's on its way.
I also thought that really mature Ted, really didn't seem like a 14-year-old skater. He's really mature in his delivery and in his jump technique as well.
No, he knew how he wanted to present that program, and he presented it with some pride and confidence. And really nice skate. This young man's going to continue to improve at a rapid rate, I'm most certain. Let's take a look. Short program score for Hugo, 49.70. That's fifth in the short program so far. Showed signs of some great moments in that program, and more to come, I'm sure, throughout the year. Well, back to Great Britain for our next skater, who's been very impressive in practice session, I have to tell you. Mark?
It's good to hear. Good to hear for Freddie Leggett, the 18-year-old who trains in Nottingham.
Second event this fall, 23rd in the Solidarity Cup, second at the Junior National Championships, 47.46. Personal best. Skating the short to still.
Well, a glorious triple loop to start the program, and a much better performance for Freddie Legat from Great Britain.
Yeah, I really was impressed with his practice sessions here. He looked like he'd gained confidence and sort of found how to deliver what he can do, and this is what he can do. Does him much better than this under pressure. So he looked more confident then, but you wondered, would it transfer into competition? Well, we just found out, yes, it did.
Yeah, great to see. And also another skater choosing unique music choice and delivering appropriately with the choreography as well. Choreography by Tamara Svijanovic and Martin Naylor. There's a great team behind Freddie as we see this beautiful back outside edge landing. Oh, I love the triple loop.
Great extension. Here's the triple Lutz on top on the landing up to the double toe loop. And it was planned to be a double, so that's where he's at with his development. Some nice moves after. And then he looked pretty careful coming to this axle. Just want to skate clean. Okay, got it.
Yeah, squeaked that out. And we saw his coach Tamara after his last performance at the Solidarity Cup, and she was jokingly reprimanding him for his throwing away some levels on the spins. And although not level 4 here, looked like there was a much more conscientious approach from Freddie in getting his spin levels counted.
He was in the moment. He wasn't, hoping it was going to happen. He was making it happen in the moment. And it's so important. You go out there and you hope you skate well, but you don't take control. You don't drive the bus. You're just a passenger on it. And you got to drive it because you're the only one that can control it. I thought he had a great performance here, Freddie Legat from Great Britain. We'll see. 47.46 is his season and personal best. And I think he'll beat that here. Be hopefully pretty happy with those scores. Short program scores for Freddie. Season's best, 52.07. Looks to be pretty happy with that. That'll put him currently into 5th place. And there's a look at your top 5 on the leaderboard so far after 2 groups. And 4 more to come. But now it's time for an ice serving and a mini movie break. What do we have on tap there, Mark?
First of all, we head to Bergamo, not far from here, to have a look at the ISU Elements Explained series. And this time it will be the loop jump. And that is indeed the jump that all of the skaters must do in this men's short program. And then we head back to Gdansk for a look at the Mic'd Up series, where we mic'd up one of the coaches, and this time it was the fabulous Bruno Marcotte. He was as entertaining as ever. Before the final video, the short track documentary teaser.
So we'll take a short break during the ice resurfacing. Enjoy the videos. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Hello everybody and welcome to the ISU Center of Excellence in Bergamo. My name is Franca Bianconi. I'm a figure skating coach and an ISU technical specialist. Today's topic will be the loop jump, which can be single, double or triple. In any case, it's a very, very interesting jump and basic jump for figure skaters. One of the basic moments in the loop jump is the takeoff, of course. And in this takeoff, we want to have all the weight on the skating side, so on the skating hip, with the right side, in this case, really well pulled back, and the left side in front. So once we are very good with the alignment on a good outside edge and the weight on the right side, on the skating side, we want to bend, of course, and then stretch for the takeoff. And when we take off, positions of the legs, movement of the legs is important. The right leg is pressed down while the left leg is coming up in an H position. So this is very important to hold this H position. Thank you for watching us today. If you liked the video, please leave us some comments, and till the next time. Ciao!
Life of a coach, drinking coffee. Did you go to the clinic and learn from you how to take?
Yeah.
So now this is your work. Do you do it every day?
Every session.
Have you been so far? This is your first time here? It's beautiful. You'll see. Oh, hello. I want calm in the knees and determined. You know, like I want the mindset of a little bit more of skating free. You know, if you are in the moment and feel the music, feel the ankles, you know, it's all about maximize every opportunity. And that's how you train. And you know, like we say, we train like we compete like we train.
Yeah.
So as much as every day at home, I always say, gonna be more like competition. Today, it's gotta be like home. So you gotta visualize that we're in Oakville, and we have our friends with us on the ice. We just do what we train every day.
Yep.
That's what made me think of the time, actually. You know, like even though we skate first,
Yeah.
we have more than enough time. So the key is not so much what we do, it's to put ourselves in a position where you get to feel good,
Yeah.
and get that mindset of strength and confidence. Okay?
Yeah, I'm just taking my time.
This is up. Hey, great job today. Last warm up. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
That's the thing with Junior Grand Prix, like the spirit.
I know, right?
Like the skaters are young enough to really. There is expectation, but it's not the same, and
They appreciate it.
so much more freedom about really enjoying the moment. Senior is good, but it's more business. You're gonna do it. Look at me. You're gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's not about one element, right? I need a program. Okay, perform and stay strong from beginning to end. Okay, mental toughness. Let's go.
Yeah.
Come on. Attack. Come on, let's go. C'est une combine niaiseux et qui est payante. Come on, let's go! Lève la jambe, lève la jambe! Stay strong, and that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay? Good. Break twist.
Yeah, this was really good.
Yeah, twist was good. We're gonna go home and we're just gonna make it better.
Yeah.
Okay? And we're just gonna keep working on that confidence, and it will be fine. But the key, what I ask you, is to stay in the moment, and you did. Amy, Zoe. Come on. I was expecting more like 89 today, 88, to be honest. If I compare to last competition, but we lose like at the end the pair spin, the speed at the end was not as good.
Okay.
Tu comprends ce que je veux dire?
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at our levels. 1,
No.
It's already there.
1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of expectation coming here. Like, I mean, the ultimate goal was to make the final, and Chloe's Italian, and all her family are very Italian. They still have a lot of family in Italy. So the final being in Torino, that's something that meant a lot to Chloe. After the one mistake, they both came back strong, and they held it together. And sometimes, like, when you have the ability to hold it together, it says a lot about an athlete. So I'm extremely proud of them. And I would just, as a coach, always say that, you watch a competition, you go back home and you make them better. You work hard. It's been a challenging year with some ankle injury, but hopefully we can put this behind us and move forward.
Yep. Thank you, Bruno.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay.
start for a 6-minute warm-up. Representing France, Jan Rosen. Representing Japan, Hidoi Ito. Representing Slovakia, Niklas Bakari. Representing Czech, Matthias Clifford. Representing Ukraine, Vadik Novikov.
Aisha, various different questions. One of which, do we have songs that we would like to see turned into a figure skating program?
Okay, Mark, you just joined. That's great. I didn't hear you before. Were you talking?
I was blethering away endlessly.
Oh, were you? No, because I was talking. I was going, I don't know where Mark is getting coffee or cake or something.
Oh, my goodness.
No, okay.
Oh, I was rabbiting away endlessly as well, so
I'm not sure which one.
I wonder if anybody got a different stream.
Yeah, I don't know who heard what, but that's okay. So, what were the questions there, Mark?
So we've had in from Aisha on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have songs that we would like to see turned into a figure skating program?
You know what? No, okay. I start down that road and I forgot the name of the song. So
retract.
I will. Yeah, exactly. You think of it first while I'm trying to remember.
I think Ted, since the option for skaters to use vocal music, we've obviously seen a much wider choice made available, and we heard Johnny Cash already today. We've heard some really different and unique pieces, and so now I'm less eager to see a particular song, just appreciative of a skater's ability to interpret a song. So now what I found now as I age and get older is I don't have as much of a clear style choice that I like to see or hear skated to, so much as an eagerness to see whatever music choice is chosen done well.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. There are some beautiful songs. I like songs that are mostly voiced with just one or two instruments, so the clarity is there. And then through the emotion and storytelling, that the skater is completely connected to that. I don't really care what song or style it is. I just care that they hear it, they feel it, they perform it, and the total connection. And then it takes your breath away. And that usually takes maturity and growth, of course, and that takes time. So there's not, you're right, I agree, there's not a particular song, there's a whole mess of songs, I could come up with a list of them, but basically it comes down to, did they connect to the words and the emotion that it's portrayed?
Yeah, and for me, if I'm choreographing so often, I think that two of the fail-safe ingredients for good choreography would be musical timing, because it's easy for a skater to lose sight of the timing of the music when they're understandably so fixated on the technicalities of what they're doing. For a lot of the skaters, and generally more for men, they can be over-consumed with the points that their elements will amass, and so they lose sight of the musicality. And keeping in time to the music gives so much more life to the choreography, and then a sense of an emotion as well.
But you rarely see in juniors, rarely, I shouldn't say rarely, but it's not as often in juniors that you will see someone completely connect to the music. There's such a learning curve with the skating skills and the jumping and the spinning, and then, oh yeah, I'm skating the music, I better connect to that. That usually happens a little bit later in the career as a transition into seniors. So, but as you mentioned, we did see some innovative programs from a couple skaters from Denmark this year.
And actually, somebody on Twitter has very kindly, I'm not sure I can pronounce it, but Kunslop Till Folket on Twitter has told me that the skater that we referenced, I couldn't remember the name of, is Anna Flora Kolmar Jepsen, the Danish skater.
That's it, yeah.
Brilliant choreo.
Yeah, it was a beautiful program.
And I think that's what, for me, in terms of the music, the rabbit hole that we've gone down is what music would we like to see chosen and perform to. Anything that, where the skater has the ability to move us, the music is just the vehicle to do that. The music isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all. It's how the skater uses it.
And here we go.
Let's see if any skaters manage to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the pressure's on. Okay. Here we go. Group number 3.
And the next skater is in his second Junior Grand Prix assignment, and a young man who we haven't seen since the first event of this series in Courchevel. This is Ian Vauclin.
61.49 personal best in the short program. 6th in week 1 in Courchevel. And he'll skate the short program here tonight to Cinema Paradiso by Ennio Morricone.
total respect to Ian Buckland for maintaining the emotional intensity right to the end of the programme, when I'm sure he'll have been frustrated. He had a great skate in Courchevel, but unfortunately too many mistakes here.
Well, Mark, actually, he came close to what we were just talking about really connecting with the emotion of the program and the music. It wasn't a song necessarily, but the technical elements got in the way. It broke the program up a little bit, but you're right. He kept his commitment to the performance all the way through. Soft arms, great posture. Here's that triple axel. Yeah, all the way around, but not on top of his feet on the landing. The triple Lutz, or double Lutz, pardon me, up into the triple toe loop. You can see he lifts off the ice well, but he was on a lean on a lot of these elements through the program. Here's the triple loop attempt into a double. So just too many technical mistakes, but as we see here, some really nice soft work with the arms, and it was beautifully phrased to the music as well.
Yes, and it's a shame that that delicacy of his movement there towards the very end of the program won't be enough to keep Ian in contention, but no doubt the potential, so many attributes to this skater, and that's the reason that he found himself in the top 6 at the first Junior Grand Prix of the year. But just mistakes on all 3 of the jumping passes are too costly in this level of competition, unfortunately.
Yeah, his season best was 61.49. He's going to fall way short of that. He won't be happy either with the skate or the score, but this young man, if he puts those technical elements in that program with the sensitivity that he demonstrated here in a technically challenged program, these scores would be significantly higher and be challenging for the top 5 or 6 spots.
And it gives an indication of the variability. He was 5th and 15th in last year's Junior Grand Prix, 6th, and who knows, we hope for a better free skate for Ian tomorrow or Saturday.
48.93 for Ian Buckland of France. That's 8th in the short program. Yeah, not what he came here to do, but nevertheless, a beautiful skater.
On the ice, representing Japan,
Next to skate, the 15-year-old from Chiba, Tsuroi Suto.
Well, 6th in Riga, week number 3, 69.64 personal best in that competition, as he will skate to Perte by Josh Groban.
With the quality of the speed within the final change foot combination spin and the glorious flow within the step sequence showcase why this was a skater who was second in the short program in Riga, but unfortunately, again, another skater just failing to deliver on the technical elements with the jumps today.
This is somewhat unusual of the Japanese skaters, and because there was a lot of technical mistakes. This is a wonderful skater, incredibly talented in so many areas. There's triple axel on a lean and has to go down on that, but sort of lost concentration, shouldn't miss these. Here's the rush pick, double toe loop, single toe loop, but his upper body movement and flow across the ice really have a very, very high standard. Here's the triple loop near the end and has to just barely hang on to that landing, so he certainly wasn't timing well on the jumps. Here's some beautiful step sequence movements. You can see he's really connected to the music, but again, an unfortunate performance technically for this young man.
And what you rarely ever can take away is a skating skill. So when the jump elements aren't successful, you can still get a gauge for the skater's quality when you see the transitional content and the step sequence, as was so evident in Sudoi Suto's skating. But the presentation and the composition, those other two judges' component scores really are impacted when there's a negative jumping pass.
Yeah. Wonderful skater, not a wonderful night for this young man. 55.35 was a nod of approval really for that. He puts him, Suto of Japan, currently in the fourth place as we look at the top 5 skaters on the leaderboard so far in the men's short program. Only 14 points off his season's best.
On the ice, representing Slovakia,
The next skater represents Slovakia, Lukas Vaclavic.
9th in Ostrava, week number 2, 59.89, his personal best in the short program, skating "The Shape of My Heart" by Sting.
Well, Lucas McClavick opened his short program with a glorious triple axel and ended with a really good sit-behind feature in that change sit spin for the Slovakian.
What a lovely skater. He had some great sensitivity to the music. Beautiful triple axel. Got a little anxious on the combination, pulled that takeoff, and, you know, had a fall on that pretty nice triple loop a little bit later in the program. So you can see the technical elements are there. Look at the upper body movement right off the top of the program. He has all the skills. He's fresh and young, and look at that triple axel right on top. Just beautiful with a plus 1.37 GOE. So great score on that one element, but then just gets anxious and pulls that right there. Too far back on the heel, can't get the free leg back, has to go down. But regains his composure a little bit more apprehensive coming to this, but nails the triple loop quite nicely. So overall,
I think
pretty nice.
Yeah, I think Lucas will be wishing that he could piece together his two short programs on the Junior Grand Prix. He had mistakes on the triple axel in Ostrava, but got the combination. Here, the reverse is true. So hopefully as the season progresses, we'll see him nail all three jumps in the short program. I like this, the sit behind, so difficult, I think. The challenge, though, is here is so difficult. I respect it, but unfortunately it was a little bit slow, so perhaps the grade of execution, despite the originality and position, won't be the best.
Yeah, I think that triple axel was probably a victory for him to get that in the short program. So, you know, yeah, he's mixed it up a little bit and changed it around, you know, by having success on the combination, on the first competition, and the triple axel. He'll have it all this season, quite certain. But this is, don't make any mistake, this is a very talented young man, not only from a technical perspective, but he's got some great upper body movement as well. So I can see him continue to develop in connection in the PCs and connection with his music. So bright future for this young man.
And as we've seen from so many of the other competitors, using the kiss and cry to be an opportunity to show their pride in representing their skating nation, with Slovakia proudly emblazoned across his knees.
Well, for Lucas, 55.48 for this short program. Had he had the combination in there, he would have beat his personal best of 59.89. You'll see that Lucas takes over fourth place as we look at the top five so far in the competition.
On the ice, representing Finland, Matthias Lindfors.
Next to skate, the 15-year-old from Helsinki, Matthias Lindfors.
Wonderful in the practice sessions, such easy, wonderful qualities, easy skating skills. And he'll skate the short program to violin concerto number D, in D minor.
Matthias Lindfors from Finland.
Well, Mark, those are spectacular performance skills this young man has at the age of 15. I'm most certain, I would bet, maybe not too much, but I would bet on he has had ballet, classic ballet training or some sort of dance training, wonderful posture, sensitivity to the music, use of the arms. You can see right off the top. And great jump technique as well.
Well, it's interesting to note that Matthias, as we see him head into this airy triple loop that looked effortless, he has 3 other sisters who all skate. Here's the loops. Good elevation. And his sister, Monica, who is an ice dancer, works on the choreography for him. Gorgeous double axel 2 with a nice back outside spiral to follow. And I think, Ted, then knowing that it's a family of skaters and knowing that Matthias started on the ice at the age of 3, it's no surprise then that he has this level of quality at such a young age, given the amount of time and energy from the whole family that's gone into the creation of this skater.
Yeah,
he's
probably fighting for space at the dinner table at night, to talk about his skating. Well, here in the Junior Grand Prix, the mom and dad are probably at home watching, and with his sisters as well, and should be very proud of this young man's abilities and his performance here. Just really outstanding. It's going to be a lot of fun watching him continue to grow and mature over the next few seasons. Beautiful.
Yes, and big shoes to fill. His older sister Viveka is 2019 European bronze medalist. So I suppose there'll always be that comparison for him with the family members, which might at times for a young 15-year-old be frustrating, but it's that quality in his family that will only serve to enhance his future.
He owns the spotlight tonight. That's what's important.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the short program scores for Matthias. 58.46. And that'll put this young man currently into 4th place. Nice job.
The next skater, born in Odessa in the Ukraine, now training in the Czech Republic, Vadim Novikov.
The second Junior Grand Prix season, first event this year. 54.82 personal best. That was last season in Courchevel on the Junior Grand Prix. As he takes his starting position to skate time lapse.
Born in Odessa, Ukraine, now training in Brno in the Czech Republic, Vadim Novikov.
Some nice elements in this program. The triple loop was nice, double axel, of course. The Lutz toe was a problem, obviously. We'll take a look at some of the elements here.
Quality extension right at the start of the program.
Well, Lutz looked pretty good. Has to do a 3-turn and then the triple toe loop. Just too far forward. Not enough momentum to carry him back on that outside edge. That was really unfortunate. And here's the double axel. Rides off that edge just beautifully. Soft knees on the landing. Nice. And here's the change.
As we look at that change set, this is good quality too. Skating skills good. So many good attributes to the skater. And knowing that he's born in Odessa, knowing that he represents Ukraine, and now knowing that he skates in the Czech Republic with Rudolf Brezina, the great Czech coach, helping him here, we just have to question again all that he might have gone through. We've seen so many Ukrainian skaters on the Junior Grand Prix series, and I think it's just an amazing testament to their strength and resilience to be competing still this season.
Yeah, no question. I had a chance to speak with Ivan Shemirko from Ukraine, the senior competitor, of course, competed at the World Championships. He was here today. We had a wonderful conversation. I asked him a lot about his situation and moving around, how disruptive that has been for his life. And his parents were back in Kiev, and there's obviously had some big situations happening there in the last few days. And it's these young people carry, their flag and represent their country proudly in these skating events, and they leave a lot back home. So they carry a lot of weight on their shoulders and in their hearts as they try to move forward with their lives. And it is indeed a challenge. Let's take a look at the short program scores. 48.69 for Vadim Novikov from Ukraine, and that will put him currently in 12th place. As we get ready for group number 4 to take to the ice. As we look at the start order for that group, Mark, do we have any more questions from the viewers?
Yes, we have an interesting question coming in on YouTube from Ray, and the question posed is, when there is no fall but there's a deduction, what is that deduction for? Now, that could be for a number of reasons, and there's a whole host of different options that it could be for. Sometimes it's a time violation, so if there's a host of different implications if the skater has an impact on their timing, or perhaps it may be if there's a costume or a prop violation, there's another 1 point deduction. Sometimes if a part of the costume falls onto the ice, that again incurs a point deduction. And if there's an illegal element, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think there's a break in the program as well. Like the laces come undone, and then you take 40 seconds or 10. There's a variety of different deductions for a break in the program. So there's a whole list of them. You can find them on isu.org. I'm just trying to think what they would look under the rules, obviously. All that information is available, but there's quite a list of other items as well that would require deductions in the programs.
And it's not often that we see it. It's a rarity. And yet last week we saw an amazing example of a Canadian skater whose laces came undone partway through the program, and then he elected to have a 3-minute break that incurred a 5-point deduction, but that was a better investment of his time to try and relace his skates, tie them properly to finish the program and accrue some more points from what he could do with the correct equipment.
Yeah, and if he rushes into that and doesn't get it done properly, then there's another break. There's just a whole series. They actually handled that extremely well. Team leader was timing that 3-minute break. He knew immediately, the skater did, to ask for the referee, I'm taking 3. He could try to fix it in 40 seconds, but if he doesn't get that done, so he just said, no, give me the 3 minutes, I'll take the 5-point hit. I'll pick up where I left off because I have a lot more elements coming up. I may, well, not make up, but, I can, what's the lesser of two evils here? So it was a really good demonstration of how to cope with that boot problem.
And actually, I think, Ted, it's not something that coaches would necessarily prepare for, or skaters can't prepare for that kind of thing too often. So in some ways it was good for those that are watching that do compete to just have your brain space prepped for all eventualities to help prepare you for.
Yeah, it's not something you want to think about, but have at the top of your head, but you do need to know, because if you get in that situation, you want to reduce the exposure to the losses that could happen if you don't know what you're doing and time is ticking. So quite often the federations will work with the coaches to say, here's what happens should your laces come undone, or there's a problem with the blade or costume or whatever. Here are your options, and you have to know your options to be able to react quickly. It's part of being a good competitor, understanding the rules as well.
So true. And one of the things that I have been intrigued in and glad to appreciate is that in the juniors, sometimes the deductions are different from the seniors. So if a senior skater, well, if a junior skater has multiple falls in the performance, then they have a mandatory 1-point deduction for each of those falls. In the seniors, in the singles, the first 2 falls get a 1-point deduction. If the skater falls a third or fourth time, they get 2 points taken off for each of those. And if they have 5 or more falls, they have 3 points taken off. So interesting to note that there's an element of support for the juniors because they're still developing. And
yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Can you imagine counting on your fingers and see when? Oh yeah, I can't go down another time. I'm really in trouble. You have to keep that. But it's part of the strategy for these in the system. Part of the strategy for the athletes to know where they are in their program and make appropriate choices. And it's not easy.
And I suppose that's then allowing for the juniors who are still developmental to support them to try some of the more difficult elements that they haven't had the chance to try out or have the consistency built up in practice the way that we would expect the seniors might have.
Yeah, exactly.
So the next question coming in on Instagram from @Karila_Emina. What is your favorite competition?
I'm not sure. Does that mean like location? Does that mean event?
Well, that could be a whole number. Well, I suppose. Oh dear, it's an interesting one. I go from one extreme to the other, Ted. I go. The Olympic Games is always going to be exciting and special because it's a culmination. But I actually, weirdly, one of my favorite performances ever comes from having watched an adult skater who was as passionately invested in their program as any other. So that's a whole gamut of...
That's really true. It really is. And to see the, passion of a person that's significantly older, but just and get on the ice and may not move very quickly or do anything spectacular, but absolutely fall in love with the music and the joy that it brings to them to be on the ice is something that's really difficult to explain. You're right, some special moments I've seen in adult competitions, and the thing you have to love, when they get off the ice, there's no, gee, I'm upset with my performance. They're just absolutely thrilled to be there, and they support one another in just extraordinary ways. So, yeah, that's a very good point.
Which I suppose promotes again the inclusion of ice skating, which leads us nicely into a nice little segue, Ted, for World Ice Skating Day.
There you go.
On the 4th of December. So I think that's a wonderful new initiative by the ISU. I genuinely do, to see participation for all. And I think, we enjoy seeing these elite skaters, but great for all to enjoy the sport.
Absolutely. It's for everyone, for life. Here we go. Group number 4. As we work our way through the men's short program. On day 1 here in Egna, Neumark, the final stop on the Junior Grand Prix.
And this first skater after the warm-up, Pagyal Yi Kensing from Singapore, the first skater from Singapore to attain the minimum technical element score for 4 continents.
39.68 personal best back in 2019. Skating to I Love You by Woodkid.
Well, good to see Pagiel. You can sing from Singapore, smiling in reaction to that unfortunate fall just at the end of the program.
What a beautiful skater. There's something special about this young man. And, you know, he made that fall, that difficult exit from that spin. And then, you know, he had a smile. He said, oh, my God, what did I just do? That's a person, feet solidly on the ground but enjoying the moment. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. There's the triple Lutz, triple toe loop. Good start to the program, a little slow. Obviously sort of stopped on the landing of the triple toe loop, but it's double axel. No problem there. He had some really good connection with the music and the choreography as he approaches the triple loop, which was no problem. And there it is.
And Pagiel comes off the back of a win at the Sea Open Trophy where he competed in the senior competition. You can see here a little bit of contemporary movement, and it looks like following his win there, he's increased in confidence. This is a skater that's much stronger than the scores that he was posting back at the ISU Junior Grand Prix in 2019 when he was scoring below 40. You can see the unfortunate fall at the end of the program. He had a score of 56.4 at the Sea Open in the senior men's event. It won't be as high as that, but certainly.
Yeah, you can see some really nice qualities, Mark, in this skater. And he had, you know, mistake obviously at the end of the program, but you can see a growth and maturity coming along very nicely.
And now he has the potential to compete at an ISU Four Continents Championships, which is an incredible honour for first Singapore skater to do that.
Well, the short program scores for Pagiel. Pagiel is 49.36, and that'll put him currently into 10th place. It's true that some of the times the scores just don't represent the quality of the skaters. They do represent the execution on the night.
The next skater is 15-year-old Alexei Vlasenko from Hungary.
The first Junior Grand Prix season, second event, 19th of the Solidarity Cup, skating to the world we know.
15-year-old Alexei Vlasenko from Hungary.
Yeah, this young man is a really good example of, he has some skating skills that he's developed and learned. Posture is going to be important moving forward. It looks like he's grown a lot, so dealing with longer body parts, of course, and getting that under control. This happens generally with all the junior men at some point. And as we look at the triple Lutz, gets all the way around, reloads, but doesn't carry a lot of speed out of the Lutz into the toe loops, therefore can't keep that momentum going on the landing of the triple toe loop. There's some bracket moves up into the double axel. No problem there. You certainly want to stretch the free leg out, straighten the back up, pull the shoulders down. All the things that ballet will teach you, or, dance program like that. So important in our sport as we watch the approach to the triple loop. And that was better.
And that's the real hardship, I think, is to get the skaters to appreciate the importance of that. If we look at the competition thus far and look down the results, not many of the men have had their personal best or optimal skates, but it's those then that have the quality of skating skill, fundamental, basic skating skill, which will then help the component scores, but double up in helping the grades of executions as well. When the skater understands the biomechanics of a good running edge, it can boost those components and then boost the grades of execution, and that's what we're seeing separate the different men in the competition here.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Given a day where everybody's struggling technically, or when everybody's, skating well at the same time,
yes,
the basic positions, the posture, the quality of your landing, the extensions, all those things will make the difference. It's what will keep you in the higher group on a bad day and in the higher group on a good day of the whole event. So one way or the other, you need it, right? So it's an area you have to work hard at. Let's take a look at the scores, short program scores for Alexei Vlasenko of Hungary. Yeah, 46.59. And that'll put Alexei currently into 14th place.
The second of two Italians competing here in Egna. This is Tommaso Barrason.
Well, first Junior Grand Prix season, second at 12th in Courchevel in week one. He's had a lot of time to work and improve. 51.89 personal best. Skating to Bolero Prix rework.
Well, you can see the understandable frustration for Tommaso Barrasin, the Italian advanced novice champion, competing here on the Junior Grand Prix. And doesn't it just show, Ted, that no skater comes into this competition wanting to pop the triple loop into a single, but the pressure of the occasion just affects the timing so adversely.
And the desire just makes you rush. There's the triple lutz off the top of the program, double toe loop. Really nice combination. These soft knees on the landing, so good timing, straight back, good posture, nice stance. Here's look at the double axel, good back outside edge, right off the end, but does not lift that jump into the double. So he pops that, as well as here. Watch, he's just going to rush. He's just hoping this is going to happen. Take the time, ride the edge, but it just pops open right there. Unfortunate, but this will be a lesson learned. That won't happen again this season, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, no value for that single loop, and that's the difficulty. Everybody's desperate to deliver that clean skate, and often we'll see either a skater pop, as we call the pop, where it's a single, or fall, and if he'd pulled in, he would have at least had some value for that element.
Yeah, he's really a nice skater. He's got great, a presence on the ice. Except for right there, when he was disappointed, of course. But he's got lovely posture, good ice coverage, strong on the ice. But today, you have to deliver the skills, and that is a lesson that you can only learn in competition. And, learning today will be, okay, I have to calm this down a little bit, ride the edges, take my time, and not be too anxious. Easy to say. Very easy to say.
Yeah, easy to say. A day off tomorrow where the men will get to practice, but I'm sure that the pent-up frustration from that will be rewarded with a good skate on Saturday.
Hopefully. Well, 45.62 for Tommaso from Italy, 16th in this short program so far. As we get ready for our next competitor.
And this was a young man who competed last week in Gdansk in Poland. He delivered there. Let's hope for the same here for 16-year-old Lev Vinokur.
67.20 at the World Junior Championships, 11th last week at the Baltic Cup. Really a nice skater. Hope he can put it together here in the short. Skating to Adios by Benjamin Clementine.
Lev Vinegar from Israel, and impressive to deliver again. Some mistakes, but such a lot of energy necessary to compete in back-to-back international competitions, as this young Israeli skater has done.
Really like this young man skating. He's got a sense of crispness and sharpness in his movement, covers the ice really well, good jump technique, and he was more focused tonight getting that triple axel done. As we see here, we'll slow this down a little bit. Right on top of the landing. Nice hit. Of course, not a great landing. Want to get off those toe picks and glide out a little bit more, stretch it out, but gets it done. Triple Lutz is under rotated on the triple toe loops. Here's the Lutz, no problem. Let's take a look at the toe loop and the landing. Not a lot of flow, so you can see that blade was under rotated on contact with the ice. And there's the triple loop a little bit later in the program. It has to do a 3-turn and cover it up with some choreographic moves, which they're getting quite good at now.
Yeah, and he does have a bit of a confidence about it. He does have some
swagger.
character that I think.
He has a swagger.
Yeah, swagger.
I like
That's
it.
a good word.
You're searching for that word. I like it. Swagger. Let's go with that.
I completely agree. This boy has swagger. It's demonstrated perfectly well with this ending.
Yeah, no, it's great stuff. This is going to be a fun skater to watch as he develops. He's just 16 years old and gaining strength, and he's got, some confidence and presence on the ice. Good piece of music, of course, as well, and good technique. And as he fills out a little bit and gains some more strength, he'll solidify those landings a little bit better. Well, short program scores for Lev Vinegar from Israel, 60.95, and that will put Lev currently into 4th place. And there is a look at your top 5 skaters so far in the event. One more to come in group number 4. 2 groups after the ice resurfacing as we look at Miya Hamada from Japan, the coach of this young man.
And this the first of 3 men competing here in Egna who have already won one of the Junior Grand Prix events. 17-year-old from Japan, Shunsuke Nakamura.
Yeah, he wants a great skate here. He wants to earn that spot to the Junior Grand Prix final. 77.68 personal best in Courchevel, week 1, as he skates to El Conquistador.
pressure in trying to repeat his win from Courchevel. He has lived up to a couple of things, Ted. The musicality of the opening triple axel was just incredible. The pressure and the build as the music hit the crescendo didn't override him as he delivered a brilliant opening jump. Interesting that he chose to do triple salto in combination this time. And Courchevel did triple lutz, triple toe, electing for the easier salto here. Maybe that's a tactical decision to play safe.
Yeah, that was interesting. And he's just attack all the way. And you can see that, feel that in all the technical elements, not holding back, not going, gee, I hope I do it. And maybe I better be careful. He's just going, just attack.
Maybe that's why the coaches have said, we know what you're like. Let's just play it safe to get that Junior Grand Prix final ticket and do salto toe instead of lutz toe.
Let him loose. Let him loose. Let him go and earn it on the full package here. As we see the change combination spin at the end of the program. That's in level 4 with the plus GOE. So his season's best is 77.68. Not sure he'll top that here, but I think it'll be enough to take the lead.
And as we talked about, so many of the skaters competing have different experiences in training. And for Shunsuke, it's almost 2 months since he did his first Junior Grand Prix assignment. And then his coach that he's with here, Miya Hamada, has been touring Europe on the Junior Grand Prix. So a difference for him in training then to be without that lead coach. So again, different factors for all athletes.
They have such a good school over there, I know, and there's so many other good coaches that are part of that team that he was in good hands, of course, and in his training environment at home, and looked like some fine work has been done since that competition as we take a look at the short program scores for Shunsuke Nakamura. 73.61. That's the top score today so far as he takes over the lead after Group 4. Nicely done. It's a little less than a 2-point lead over Naoki Rossi of Switzerland. And we're going to take our final ice resurfacing of the day, and we'll throw it to Mr. Movie Man, Mark, for What's Up.
Yes, we will look back at the competition in Gdansk, the Baltic Cup last week, and an interview with Ami Nakai, the winner of the women's competition there. Before then heading to Chambéry for a look at the axel jump. Again, another of the required elements in the short program for the men competing today. Before finally, look at the speed skating documentary teaser.
We'll take a short break during the ice resurfacing. We'll be back right after this. Here with the women's champion in Gdansk for the Baltic Cup, Emi Nakai from Japan. Absolutely a brilliant performance here. Congratulations. I wanted to ask Emi whether or not, when coming off the ice after that beautiful triple axel, wonderful performance, there was emotion in the kiss and cry. How did she feel about her performance tonight?
すごいいい演技の後、あとトリプルアクセルもすごい綺麗に決めて、でその後キス&クライで涙しながら喜んだけど、どういう気持ちですか？
海外の試合でトリプルアクセルをクリーンで降りれたのがすごい嬉しかったし、ノーミスの演技ができたのですごい良かったです。
She was so happy to run the triple axel, not the national competition, international competition, so clean. So she was relieved and happy.
Well, now you have won 2 of the Junior Grand Prix, and you will go to Torino for the Junior Grand Prix final. What is it that you feel that you could improve? What will you work on between now and then, and for the rest of the season?
これからファイナルに向けて、これから今からの期間で何か自分でやり遂げたいこと、何を目標に頑張っていくかとか、残りのシーズンに向けてありますか？
トリプルアクセルを日本構成でやることと、ショートフリー今回のようにノーミスの演技でできたらいいなって思います。
She wants to put the 2 triple axel in the free skating. Then she wants to do her best performance like she did today. So that she wants to do.
It was absolutely brilliant and thrilling to watch. I just got chills in watching your performance. Congratulations on your second gold medal on the Junior Grand Prix and to qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final. We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you so much for your brilliant skating. The champion here in Gdansk at the Baltic Cup, Emi Nakai of Japan.
Hello, my name is Stéphane Ambiel. I'm from the Center of Excellence in Champéry, Switzerland. And with me today we have my colleague Angelo. Together we will introduce you the axel. The axel is one of the most difficult jump out of the 6 jumps. The particularity is that it's the only one that jumps forward.
A bit of history. The axel jump is named after his inventor and creator, Mr. Axel Poulsen from Norway. He performed for the first time this element at the World Championship in 1896. That means in the 19th century. Axel Poulsen actually was more famous as a speed skater, and in fact, he performed the axel with speed skates for the first time.
As we said, the axel is the most difficult, one of the most difficult jump, but it's also the most important because throughout your career you will have to perform it in every single program, from the young categories to senior, since it's mandatory also in the short program and in the free program. So here is a tip for you.
For us, a very important key point in the axel jump is the direction. Direction of the axel jump is mandatory forward, and that's the most important thing if you want to perform a good axel. In order to focus yourself on this technical key point, we recommend you to practice the axel jump from a standing still position without speed. In fact, without speed, it will be easier to focus on direction.
The direction will remain a key point throughout your progression, from single to double and from double to triple.
In particular, avoid to go inside the circle with your jump. When you're doing the axel from a standing still position, try to find a target in front of you and aim to the target in order to keep the direction forward.
We hope that these informations gave you a little bit of knowledge and how to perform the axel. Please keep following and stay tuned for more fun facts and other tips in figure skating with the ISU Center of Excellence.
We're all speed skaters, and that's what we train to do. And when you're training for kind of nothing, when you can't skate, then what's the point?
Mentally, it's a bit hard when you can't do the things you want to.
Forget how many months or days we were in lockdown.
I know it was talked about, we might have a bubble, we might do this, didn't think too much of it.
It's also good to show the world that not everything is impossible in these times.
In my head, I was thinking, oh my God, like I want to go home because I don't feel ready for this.
Junior Man Short Program. Group number 5. The following major trainers prepared for
Welcome back, everyone, to Egna Neumark, day one of competition here in the final week on the Junior Grand Prix. I'm your host, Ted Bart, along with Mark Henready, who's at home, joining me now for the group number 5.
And we've just seen Shunsuke Nakamura delivering. He, the first of the competitors who has already won a Junior Grand Prix on the series this year. And the first skater after this warm-up, Takeru Amine Katais, is the winner of last week's competition, the Baltic Cup in Gdansk, and he'll be eager to try and topple his teammate off the top spot at this stage.
Topple.
Topple.
Yeah, you mean gently remove and take the final step up. Absolutely. Any more questions there, Mark?
Well, from Asia, we have a really good question, I think, on Twitter. Which do you think is worse, a pop or a fall? So for those that aren't familiar with the term pop, that's when the skater bails out on the planned program content, say they have a triple, and they pop to a single or a double.
Yeah, to me, from a long-term perspective, the pop is worse because you're training muscle memory to allow that to happen. And you need to ensure a fall. If you fall on a triple jump and you've turned it, you're better off than pop it into a single because you get, in case of the short program, you get 0. So you need to turn those jumps always so the body reaction just automatically leaves the ground, gets into tight rotation position. Even if you're on an angle and go down, you're better off to do that than 2 pop jumps because that will just, one pop goes into 2 pop, it just continues on, and it's just a mind game after that. That's my feeling anyways.
Yeah, certainly. I remember the popping idea can become a habit that can haunt a skater for some time, and they can find themselves forever wanting the perfect optimal takeoff edge or entry, and then if that doesn't feel 100% optimal, then they'll do this popping, and it can become a habit. I think if it's interesting now with the scoring system having been reviewed and looked at and tweaked a little bit, now we see for the component scores, when there are errors, then that has an impact on the component. So if you're to go really analytical on points scoring, sometimes if the skater has a fall and say then they lose the value of the jump, the GOE is the -5, they incur a mandatory 1-point deduction for the fall, and then it impacts upon the components as well. You can see all sorts of ramifications of a fall, which may be worse than a pop. But I think, like you said, Ted, from a developmental perspective, particularly on the junior circuit.
Yeah, and I think psychologically for the judges as well. They know what a pop jump is. And if those programs that have all triples are popped into doubles, even though they're legal, that is still, although not a technically reduced score, it's reduced because there's less rotation. So I don't know, I think from a development perspective, especially in juniors, you want to turn those jumps. In seniors, there may be a strategy there for sure. This I can understand, but I think that neither one is desirable. We'll put it that way.
yeah. Just land the jump.
yeah, exactly. What else you got there, Mark?
And then an interesting one, and it's probably a person that I mentioned the name of the person sending this in on Instagram. It's from @avtrusova_FP, who is the best woman to do quadruple jumps. So I think there's no doubt, Ted, that we've seen some amazing quadruple jumps on the juniors as well as on the seniors. If I reference back to a kind of heartwarming experience of a woman doing a quadruple jump would be when I saw videos of Soraya Bonali, the French skater, who attempted quadruple toe loop in the 90s. I'm pretty not sure which year, and she was fairly successful in the quadruple jump. This was before the new system would analyze exactly how much rotation was done, and then she stepped forwards and tripped over her toe picks, and it was kind of an endearing insight into somebody who'd done something amazing technically and then couldn't skate forwards so well.
Yeah, I mean, quadruple jumps are obviously very possible now in women's skating. We're seeing that. We saw that 2 quads last week, I believe, from the American skater, and maybe slightly under-rotated, but it's certainly something that's happening on a more regular basis. We don't see necessarily yet on the juniors multiple different quads. We're getting that periodically in the seniors, but, we have that in the men for sure, and some, a few women as well. So, it's nice to see. It's part of the sport itself. It's not the whole thing. And that's what makes, you really have to, the quads take a lot of energy, take a lot of time, and have a lot of risk, and do get a lot of points. But this is a 4-minute program in the free program for, the seniors, and there's a lot more to do because those quads only take, I don't know, maybe a total of 5 seconds, right? So there's a lot more that goes into our sport, and when you see those quads plus the other great skills connecting to the music and great spins and whatnot, and something that's emotional, then you have something extremely special. I'm not sure that's been done yet in our sport, where in the women's, where you have it all. But it's it's part of the sport, and great to see, and wonderful as we see other women around the world continue to pursue those quads.
And I think it's interesting that generally you tend to get skaters that you get those that have a predisposition to more artistry, and then you have those that have a predisposition to more athleticism.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can sometimes categorize skaters into generally two kind of groups: those that love to jump and love to work the technical element score, and then those that just love choreography. And the optimal is to have somebody who balances both.
And usually the champions are the ones that are balancing both to a certain degree, that's for sure. Okay, here we go, Mark, in group number 5, the men's short program, day 1 here.
There's the leader.
There's the leader, absolutely. Watching his teammate.
So from
try to topple him.
One Japanese wonderful skater, Shunsuke Nakamura, looks on to another with Takeru Amina Katais, the winner at the Baltic Cup last week, the 18-year-old getting ready for his chance here in Egna.
Yeah, beautiful skater. He had a wonderful performance last week, and a surprise performance for himself, and he hopes to be able to duplicate that here. He's had some pretty good practice sessions.
Interesting, because he was so good and virtually almost clean last week. So in the 6 days since his free skate in Poland, what can he do to top that here?
And this is his first time on the Junior Grand Prix this year. And a 79.06 last week at the Baltic Cup. He'll look to try to top that score and his teammate right now in the short program.
Such a shame for Takeru Minakatai is from Japan. He was just wonderful a week ago in his short program in Gdansk. Just incredibly difficult to come down from that event and peak back up again in time to deliver here in Egna.
Wow, really looked like he sort of lost sense of where he was. He just really hooked that takeoff on the triple axel. And then the next jump was going to be a jump combination, but he went for the loop instead and just shanked that as well. Just sort of not in the moment. Turned it around after that, and you can see some lovely qualities, but that's going to be very costly. Let's slow this down a little bit here and see right here. It leans out way outside the circle, then yanks that takeoff edge around, gets on a lean, over-rotates with the upper body, hits the boards. So, you know, a little disturbing. Getting behind the music now, trying to catch up. And we see this loop here. Let's see what happens. Watch the upper body. Probably leaves a little bit early. It's already started. Yeah, that upper body went too early. And then the fall on that, like, just gave up on it. That was unusual. But comes back with the triple lutz. Has to fight for the triple toe loop, but gets it done.
Really is such an emotional roller coaster to compete. It's, as we discussed last week for Takeru, he has been competing at Japanese Junior National Championships for some 6 years, and so he had been eagerly anticipating his Junior Grand Prix debut for such a long time, and he was brilliantly successful last week. Just then, you can't imagine the roller coaster that he's been on, having been triumphant there, and then coming here, having to deliver yet again in what seems like just such a short space of time.
Yeah, not having seen this young man skate a lot because it was the first time in the Junior Grand Prix. Maybe he is a little bit more inconsistent. And so, yes, last week was brilliant, and this week, at this moment at least, a bit of a challenge. Let's take a look at the short program score for Takeru, 65.56. And that is fourth place at the moment in the short program.
Another skater with the potential to earn a spot on the Junior Grand Prix final following his third place at the Riga Cup. Kazakhstan's Rakat Bralin.
Yeah, 68.66 at that competition. So he certainly has the skills, and he'll need it tonight. Put himself in position to fight it out in the free program. Let's skate the short program to Keeping Me Alive by Jonathan Roy.
Problems on the final change foot combination spin for Rakat Bralan from Kazakhstan.
And not sure of the significance of the yellow tape, whether that is for support.
It's certainly unique to have chosen that colour. So often we see the athletes maybe tape up their boots for that extra bit of support. At this point in the competition season, nobody wants to break in new skates, so tape can be used to give an extra bit of support. Not normally, though, that colour.
Yeah, exactly. So just wondering, let's take a look at the top of the program here. Powerful skater, no question.
Oh, yeah.
As we see, there's the triple flip. Look at the distance in the air. Reloads down low. Nice triple toe loop as well. So good positive GOE of 1.06 on that element. Here's a look at the triple loop. Again, some nice speed off the takeoff edge into a little twizzle. I'm not sure if that was intentional or if that was just an over-rotation. That was a good cover-up. Double axle. Lovely lift. Beautiful flow on the landing.
And he does have such an effortless look across the ice. Almost borderline casual, but in a positive way.
Yeah, it's got a sort of a confidence and his own little bit of swagger, if you will, which is really nice. Loss of balance there. Manages to lose the balance into the other foot, into the change of foot.
Yeah.
Loses one feature on that. So it just comes in a level 3 with a small minus GOE out.
And obviously there have been so many brilliant skaters from Kazakhstan. Dennis Tent, the most notable, but the Junior World Silver medalists, Mikhail Shaidarov, also from Kazakhstan. So such depth in that nation in men's skating.
The short program score, 62.93. And that'll put Rakat currently into 5th place.
On the ice,
and the next skater, 18-year-old Vietnamese skater Phuc Hoang Phan.
We don't know a lot about this young man, but one of the coaches told me to sat beside them on the bus on the way here. He said, you really must speak with this young man. Fascinating story. And I'll venture to do so as we see the short program.
Well, as Ted, you mentioned, we have very little information on Phuc Hong Phan from Vietnam, but having looked at his only event that we've got intel on, the Sea Open Trophy, he scored 19 points in the short program there, indicating that this is an skater with nearly the same kind of technical content as that which we've seen from some of the others. But
yeah.
I actually thought he had a beautiful posture.
No, he does. And I did remember that the coach also told me that this young man trains in Vietnam, in fact. So he's not training in the United States or somewhere else. He actually trains in Vietnam. He does start out with a double loop. So his content was a double loop and a triple sow with a double toe and a double axel later in the program. It didn't materialize, of course. Just not enough experience to be able to produce that under pressure. There's a look at the flying camel. Nice turnover there. That was well done. Base level flying camel. Looks like he just got maybe a little overwhelmed with the moment. First time out.
It's interesting that like the change of edge there and the back outside edge entry and even the step forward into the forward outside edge of that, so all look like he has an understanding of technique, not an understanding of air position necessarily. So take off okay, air position is next.
Yeah, exactly. And this young skater would come here very much like we talked about these countries that don't have that experience. And there he's holding the jacket from Vietnam, and wonderful to see him here. And, good effort, great courage it takes to come out and to skate, against these men that have way more resources and much more time on the ice. But this is the start of a journey, not only for this young man, but hopefully for skating in Vietnam as it continues to grow, we hope, down the road. Let's take a look at the scores. 23 points. And he's going, that's okay. Okay, that's good. And good for him. And that'll put him currently into 23rd place. The start of a long journey in this sport.
On the ice, presenting Great
The second entrant from Great Britain in the men's competition, this 17-year-old Jedediah Lincoln.
Yeah, this is his first Junior Grand Prix season end event. So coming here for some experiences. He'll skate the short program to Redemption by Hertz.
Jedediah Lincoln from Great Britain. And Ted, I remember seeing this young man skating in solo dance competitions as a tiny youngster in the UK, and to see the transformation into him as a man is just amazing. And you can certainly tell the influence of his coach, the 2011 European champion Florent Amodio, particularly in that step sequence.
Yeah, I loved his freedom. Like, he's really got his own style, and he's free, and he's aggressive, and yeah, maybe lose control a little bit here and there, but overall, there's something reaching out and trying to perform and trying to learn, really. And you can see his commitment to the choreography right off the top of the program. He wasn't just going to focus on the jumps. Here's the triple flip. Looked great on the takeoff, over rotation. Goes into the double toe loop, which will not count, of course. And then some 3 turns up into the triple loop. And just too far forward to pull that element out.
He had a really brilliant entry into the double axel as well, and you can see the comfort on the blade with these turns within the program here. Back inside rocker, bracket, back counter, into the axle. That was great.
Yeah, really nicely done. All on one foot, of course. And that little...
Oh, I love that too.
Yeah, really nice sort of freedom in the air, and great part of the steps. That's inlet level 3, in fact, the step sequence.
And Ted, having seen him and seeing this transformation, it just gives you an appreciation for all that goes into this. This is a young man now training abroad, moving away from family and friends to be able to pursue his dreams. And there's so much investment and time, education from family and he himself and the coaches to get to this stage.
Yeah, really nice to see this individuality and uniqueness in his own personality and coming along, and of course having a great coach like Florent Amodio from France, who was just a brilliant performer and passionate performer, and you can see Florent bringing that out in this young man as well. But it takes time, because you have to grow up and you have to learn all the technical skills as well as how to bring your passion out and connect it to the music. It's a complicated business, and it's not easy.
Yes.
Let's take a look at your program scores for Jedediah Lincoln from Great Britain, 47.87.
On the ice, representing Turkey, Ovalyoglu.
The next skater represents Turkey, Tori Ovalyoglu.
Well, 46.87 for Alp in last season at the Baltic Cup 2021. So this is his first event this season, skating to the world we knew, over and over by Frank Sinatra.
The 18-year-old from Turkey, Alptore Valioglu, and you can see his reaction to that skate. What a shame. The opening jump combination looked like it would be okay to big triple toe, second triple toe, fully rotated, but a fall on that and then a popped triple loop will be very costly for the Turkey skater.
Yeah, it's such a fine line, isn't it? You know, the skaters can do all this stuff, but just a bit of a lean on the first element and a mistake, then what happens psychologically and timing-wise. We take a look at here's the triple toe loop. Good speed coming down the ice, nice straight in the air, good flow. And swung that free leg around, put the pick in a little bit too far, and finds himself a little bit of a surprise on that. I think he's a little bit shocked, and then rushes his timing, and the leg flies out, single loop. Now his mind is really going, this is disturbing. Gets the double axel done, of course.
And this is where we really call upon the grades of execution and the program component scores, as we've discussed with some of the other competitors. And this is where now judges will be so eager to try and look for more flow, more glide. How much ice does the skater cover? How much speed do they have? And I actually thought that was evident going into triple toe, but maybe lost that level of flow within the step sequence a little later on.
Yeah, 46.87, his personal best in the short program. And once again, we don't really know, as we've commented a number of times, a lot of these skaters are going to school or don't have enough ice time, or lots of different things happen in their life. They participate in the Junior Grand Prix. So without Dora, we don't know what his year has been. This is the first time out in the Junior Grand Prix this season. 45.33, just shy of his personal best in the short program. That'll put him currently in just 22nd place. And that concludes group number 5 in the men's short program day 1 competition here in Egna, Neumark. Final stop in the Junior Grand Prix as the final 6 skaters take to the ice for their warm-up. There's a look at the start order for this group. And of course, Lucas Brassard of the United States, winner of the Solidarity Cup a couple weeks back in Gdansk. He'll be looking to secure his spot to the Junior Grand Prix final. He's got 2 programs to go through that. And there's a look at Canadian Alexa Rakic. He'll skate second. Sorry, Mark.
You just wonder, Ted, how many of the skaters in this competition, I'm sure they're all very mindful of what they need to try and achieve to qualify for the Junior Grand Prix final. I wonder how many of them have been listening avidly or intently to see what has happened in the competition before. Sometimes it may be something that really spurs them on, and there may be other athletes who choose to try and ignore as much as they can what has taken place so far in the competition and how that could impact upon their performance.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some people want to know, okay, what do I need to do? And either way, they're going to be inspired. If people skate well, I have to skate well. People don't skate well, I have to skate well, and I have an advantage. So it all depends on their outlook. Glass half full or empty. And of course, there's a number of skaters back at home watching this unfold, going, hey, I may have a chance here if people aren't skating well. So lots of things that play, not only the skaters on this ice surface here in Egna.
I suppose that's the challenge, I think, for many of the skaters who may be watching that are very reliant upon what happens here as to how it determines the rest of their season. There's no doubt that competing in the Junior Grand Prix final will be of huge prestige. There's some prize money attached to that, potential world ranking points, and just quite simply an opportunity to travel the globe and compete in a beautiful rink in Torino. But you don't want to wish bad on your competitors, but equally it's challenging for those watching, knowing that their fate is out of their hands.
Well, it is an honor, obviously, to make the final. There's no question of that. Everybody wants to do that. However, if you've already done your job, then these skaters have to do theirs. It's part of the game. If they don't do it, well, you're in. And if they do, then you're not. So, we wish everybody, not only the skaters on the ice, well, we wish those at home who have got a record going for themselves, good luck as well.
And I think because of the comparative variability in the men's competition, I actually think, just looking at the rankings now, I think Nikolai Momola is a guarantee. He, the Italian skater who won the Riga Cup in Latvia, he had 15 points for that event, and he was second, I think, in the Ostrava event. So he's got 28 points. I think he's pretty solid.
Yeah.
After that, Ted, though, I think what happens here could shuffle completely what's going to happen. I think we've got 3 men in this competition who all come into this event with 15 points following their win in their previous competition. So all 3 of them have the potential to make the final.
And we have 5 men that have 22 points that have finished those. So right after Nikolai, we have 5 men with 22 points. So a lot can happen, and it's going to come down to the free program. Obviously, it hasn't been a brilliant night of skating. Let's be honest, you know. And there's some good skaters. There's no question, but it hasn't been a brilliant night. But the competition is sort of sorting itself out, and when I take a look at the results here, all the way from 73 in first place down to 62 in 6th place, and it's not a far reach because lots can happen in the free program. They're trying a lot more elements. It can be brilliant or it can be disastrous, so you really don't know what's going to happen. And it'll come down to the free program and who's sitting in the positions most likely to be able to climb that ladder. Takuru, who had not a good skate here, he's sitting in 4th place, and he was the winner last week in Gdansk, but he's sitting in the 4th still. Depending on what happens in this group, he might be in striking range when he maybe thought he was out of it a little earlier tonight.
Completely. And then we've seen, obviously, for those of you that didn't see or haven't seen all of the Junior Grand Prix series, we've seen huge movement in the standings with Yudong Chen from China moving from 16th place in the short program.
That was
to
amazing
second overall.
And we also had Lucas Broussard, who is the number 3 skater in this group, was 5th after the short program, move up to take the gold in his event. So lots can happen, probably will, in the free program, but you need to set yourself up here in the short.
Must be quite empowering for Broussard to know, oh well,
yeah,
you know, whatever happens here, I've got maneuverability with my free skate.
And he does. He's a beautiful skater, and he maximizes. He didn't have the triple axel, of course, but the quality of the rest of his skating and the clean free program really helped him take that title.
And I think that's been really obvious to me, Ted, on this Junior Grand Prix series is how massively valuable the quality is. I think with less quadruple jumps being attempted on the Junior series, you see where real quality in both the components and the grades of execution of the attempts, the elements can help secure a win, as Lucas did. It's great to see that, I think.
Yeah. A little bit surprised at the men. Well, I shouldn't be surprised at the men's event. It's always been a little inconsistent. We've always said that, not in a negative way. It's just the reality. These young men are growing, and some have had, you know, tremendous success in one competition and not the next one. This men's event, generally speaking, is a little bit more inconsistent on the juniors. That's okay. And that's a little bit what we've seen tonight. Some really good skaters have some challenging performances. there's the cheering team.
Well, there's one thing that's consistent is the cheering teams.
Yeah, exactly.
So, the start of the final group of skaters in the men's short program here in Egna. And this 16-year-old Spaniard, Daniel Rocco Morchillo.
We don't have a personal best or season best score on this young man. We'll find out right now.
What you do
Spain's Daniel Rocco Marchillo. And Ted, you've acknowledged so many times how, supportive the Junior Grand Prix can be and how wonderful it is for us to have opportunity to see skaters we might not see at senior level. And for me, just the choreography of Daniel's program, just some little transitional sections which were unique and different in their delivery, and that great to see. And what's even better to see is the support of coach as he leaves the ice.
Yeah, a young skater here getting some experience. First time out, doesn't have a record. We don't have any information in the bio even, so we don't really know anything about the background, but it's great to see him here gaining experience. And you could tell he put everything into it. He wasn't shy about his skating at all. He was committed to the movement. As we take a look here.
Good speed.
Yeah, great speed. Triple Salchow. Bails out a little bit too early into the double toe loop, so it's just a triple Salchow downgrade combo. And here we see the double loop. And that's okay right here. Nice speed off the takeoff edge. Nicely done. Soft landing, beautiful. Want to stretch your hands out a little bit there, but that's going to come in time. The double axel. Well done. Hang on. He did.
I suppose the blessing and the curse for Daniel is that he comes from a skating nation which didn't boast many, world elite skaters for many seasons and decades. But now Javier Fernandez has turned all that around, so there will be that constant comparison with a former world champion. But I'm sure that he has gleaned great inspiration from the great Javier, and will use that as he progresses in his career to try and emulate that kind of quality.
Yeah, I really appreciated his aggressiveness, his approach on this. It said he wasn't intimidated by the situation. He knew what he could do and went out to do the best he could on that. And you could see that freedom in the skating. Lots of things to polish up, of course, and experience to be gained, but really good attempt first time out on his Junior Grand Prix journey. 36.81 for Daniel, and that'll put him currently into 25th place. Those numbers really don't matter. The experience does. And he's just gained some. The lone cheering for Canada. All the other teams is late at night here.
18-year-old Alexa Rakic from Canada takes to the ice for a short program.
70.96 personal best at Winter Youth Games in 2020. Looking to top that right now.
Alex Rakic from Canada. He's been a medalist on the Junior Grand Prix back in 2019, and this looks like a return to that form. Beautiful skating, some lovely subtle nuances in the choreography to the Halo music.
Yeah, absolutely. This young man was a little bit timid this year early on, and I know that people have spoken to him about being more aggressive. He's a beautiful skater, beautiful posture, and he has all this ability, but you can't hope it's going to happen. You got to make it happen and run the risk of making a mistake. But the biggest mistake you can make is backing off. And this young man trained aggressively, picked up the speed. As we see the triple axel here, a takeoff. We'll take a look at the landing. Yeah, looks good and good in the system as well. So some great improvement made. Now he just needs to keep that approach. Don't back down. Be aggressive, assertive. Accelerate through these jumps on the takeoff. He has to save that, gets that free leg out really quickly into some nice 1 foot work. You can see he's elegant, and good posture.
Yeah. There were some little touches, Ted, just pulsing to the beat of the music. I was aware there was some conscious of the lyrics in the music. When the word falling was used, he mimicked that body going down. And so you could just tell a very all-rounded skater, well-trained, well-taught, well-choreographed.
Yeah, should receive a pretty good score here. His personal best is 70.96. His season's best is 65.33. So we'll see where this score stands in that.
Mm-hmm. And it's nice to see, Ted. Somebody, there's the coach, Joanne McLeod.
Finally, they're happy. Right, exactly. This might be the first one today.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the short program score. for Alexa Rakic from Canada. Season's best, 71.50, and that'll put Alexa currently into third place. Well done. And there's a look at your top 5 skaters so far, with 4 more to come.
Looks like the coach saying, doesn't matter, you've done your job, well done.
That's all you can do, absolutely. Big improvement made.
The winner at the Solidarity Cup in Gdansk, he was so beautiful in his delivery there. He returns now. Lukas Brusar.
16 years old. 69.12 season's end personal best. Hoping to top that right now as he skates to Adios Nonino by Forever Tango.
Lukas Brusar from the United States of America. He was in line for the Junior World Championships earlier in the year, but had COVID. He then had a bad injury all summer, and yet he has rebounded brilliantly in the Junior Grand Prix Series this year.
Yeah, it looks like he's gaining confidence every time out in competition. Skated brilliantly in Gdansk, but this was even better, I thought. More energy, more aggressiveness, more confidence as we watch some of the elements in the program. Wonderful posture. Here's the triple axel. Slow it right down here. Looked great on the takeoff. Started to lean a little bit in the air. Over-rotated, stepped out. But good attempt. This is beautiful. Triple Lutz. Great speed between. Higher at the triple toe loop. Beautiful extension on the landing. Some nice steps as well. Wow. And then a lovely triple loop as well. Hands above the head, stretch him up. Stretches his spine up. And some nice moves.
And we touched upon it at the Solidarity Cup that Lukas has been working with the same team for such for the entire duration really of his competitive career, Darren Hosier and Corey Martin. And you can see such a comprehensive approach to the education of this athlete. Obviously now, because the injury is healing, he's able to add the triple axel back in. We know that he's capable of quadruple toe loops, but he has brilliant spins, beautiful style, complex transitional choreography, so very all-rounded.
Yeah, love the fact they've been together for so long, and it means so much to both coach and skater for that long history together. Should see a really good score here. The season's best, 74.79, as he takes the lead. Luca Brassard from the United States says to the Japanese skater and the Swiss, not so soon, not so quickly here. And I have my word in this event as well. They looked a little surprised.
It's a late surge in joy for the kiss and cry as we head towards the final stages of the competition. And the next skater, 16-year-old Tobias Olerer.
A 41.07 back in 2021, skating to home.
A little early on the music, but Ted, sometimes you find a skater that comes into an event without the same level of technical difficulty can be reserved in their delivery when they know that they don't have the same jump content as others. But I thought Tobias did the most wonderful job of looking like he deserved to be in first place. His delivery and performance was good.
Yeah,
very good.
Absolutely. And it's not often we see a skater finish ahead of the music. Usually it's behind the music. He had a lot of energy through this program. It's a triple toe loop, gets a free leg back, second triple toe under rotated, but not a big deal. Good mechanics through that jump combination. Here's a look at the triple loop. Good speed, Nice turns coming in as well. Beautiful. Straight up and down. Maybe a slight touch on the landing. Not sure. Look at this bracket right there. Change of edge. And keeps himself going right off the end of the takeoff edge, but has to step out. Didn't climb in the air very high on that. And here's the back entry into the change spin level 3 at the end of the program.
And just seeing online that Tobias spent some time, he's born in Vienna, spent some time in the summer training in the World Arena in Colorado Springs with Victor Pfeiffer alongside his coach, Eva Martinek, who we've seen on the Junior Grand Prix so many times. We've seen them producing good quality skaters time and time again, and that evident here with Tobias.
Yeah, doing some wonderful work, no question. But you love to see that sort of unbridled energy and joy of these young men. It may not be controlled yet. It will get controlled as they grow and develop more strength. Let's take a look at the short program for Tobias. 53.12. And that'll put this young man currently into 14th place.
On the ice, representing the United States of America, Daniel.
So the current leader of the competition is from America. The next American competitor, 16-year-old Daniel Martinov.
Second Junior Grand Prix season, 49.73 personal best back in 2019. Skating to Land of All by Woodkid.
Well, a wonderful rotation on the heel of the blade within the combination spin for Daniel Martinov from the United States of America.
And if you're wondering if I got that, you'll have to wait and find out. Yes, I did. Yeah, interesting skater because he's, you know, he sort of surprised me right off the top. Beautiful triple axel. He's powerful and strong, and still some work to do to connect truly with the music, but coming along nicely. And, this young man, sorry, go ahead.
I was sorry, Ted. I was just going to say his father, who doubles up as his coach, he's an ISU tech specialist for the Ukraine. So you can see the influence on the levels as we see this opening triple axel.
Yeah, it was so nice. Great soft knees on the landing. And here's a look at the triple flip, triple toe loop. Gets all the way around. Has to do a double 3-turn. Keeps his free foot off the ice. He gets that jump combination done. A small minus GOE, of course. And here's the triple loop. That was no problem at all. So really strong jumper, good landing positions, power throughout. Just a little bit more refinement, of course. A loss of balance as he entered this change combination, but did well to hang on.
Yeah, I thought he did incredibly well to salvage what could have been a no element on that forward camel.
Yeah, I actually got a level 3 on it. The minus GOE of 0.09, so not a great loss on it, but yeah, just really good work to hang on. You never really know. You got to fight for every single point. You never know how close it will be.
And another family affair with the coaching team, and I just think I cannot comprehend how much stress the coach and parent must be to watch their child, but wonderful when it goes well.
Yeah, difficult, but everybody's a little bit difficult. Let's take a look different. Let's take a look at the short part. Wow, 72.35. That's a big score. That's great. That'll put Danielle currently into third place. That triple axel had a great GOE on it. So there you go. 2 Americans and 1 Japanese with 1 skater left.
And this will be the second competitor from Kazakhstan, 19-year-old Dias Yerevan.
With 66.92 as personal best. That was at the 4 continents last season. 13th in that competition as he'll skate to Fever by Elvis Presley and Burning Love by Michael Bublé.
So many quality aspects in the transitions. Or Diaz Yerevan from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, I think this young man has a lot of talent. There's something special about him as well. Good choice of music for him. Great presentation as well. Pretty good technique on everything. So just a matter of increasing difficulty, gaining strength, and continuing to find the type of music that he really connects to, because there's some really nice qualities in this program as we watch. You can see his confidence, wonderful posture as well. And here's the look. Nice
music by, oh sorry Ted, we've seen music by Elvis Presley already today, but both of them delivered really well on that double axel.
Yeah, beautiful spread eagle into, and nice work out of that jump. Good speed coming down the ice. There's the triple Lutz, no problem. Triple toe loop on the lean, under rotated, downgraded in fact for the touchdown, but still the basic mechanics are good, and the triple loop, no problem at all.
Love that.
I mean, great low sit position.
Being very mixed, Ted, in the planned program content for the skaters. We've seen lots of triple axel attempts, and interesting just to see now with the judges' component scores and the grades of execution, how it all factors together to see results that are a real combination of skaters that have gone for simpler planned program content versus the more difficult stuff, but all delivery making the difference with the result here.
Yeah, I think this young man, Diaz, is really a nice skater, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he continues to develop. He's 19 years old. He's going to have to move to senior in the next year or two, but you can see some nice qualities in his skating, 60.35, and that will put Diaz currently into 11th position after the short program. Well, there you go, as we're going to take a look at the final standings in the short program. 2 Americans, 1 Japanese in the positions that they're going to want to hang on to tomorrow to try to secure Junior Grand Prix final positions, of course, as we look at the rest of the field. And, of course, tomorrow we will start at 1 o'clock with the women's short program, 44 entries. We're down 5 from Gdansk, Mark. But I think some, not stellar skating today. There's been some mistakes and whatnot, but there are a lot of very good athletes, and I think we're going to see a battle when it comes to the fight in the free program.
Yeah, complete mix of different approaches, different styles, different techniques, but yes, I think you're very right, Ted. There could be the same kind of tumultuous turnaround in the free skate, depending on what happens on Saturday.
Well, that concludes our coverage here on day 1 from Egna, Neumark. For all of us here at the ISU and Mark Hamerati, I'm Ted Barton. Thank you for watching. Join us tomorrow for the women's short program at 1 p.m.